Hey, everybody. We are on the middle of page 5, and we're doing supporting digestion. And I could have named this a whole bunch of different things, but basically, you're dealing with the effects of a stress-plagued digestive tract. And stress is not necessarily emotional stress or mental stress, but it could be just stresses that are being experienced by the body. Like pain, for example, is a kind of stress. Allergies is a kind of stress. Different things that happen in the body, especially when a system or an organ or an area is not functioning properly, generates a kind of stress. And so with that, you could say stress plagued digestive tract, or another way of saying it is the nerves in the gut aren't functioning like they should. A lot of times when you have food allergies, food sensitivities, digestive upsets, it's because the nerves aren't firing in the gut like they should. They kind of go to sleep a little bit. Just like when you sit on your foot goes to sleep, and then you get up and you try walking on it. For one, it's numb, right? You don't have muscle control, and it's hard to put weight on it because it's asleep. It's not stable. That same idea can happen in the gut. We don't have sensory nerves in the gut, so we don't know that things aren't firing like they should. We don't know that we don't have the muscle control like we should. We don't know that processes aren't happening like they should because we don't have feeling in the gut until there is pain or some disruption that's causing some sort of symptom, right? So then we try to treat the symptoms, and it's like, it works for a little bit, and then it doesn't, or it didn't work at all, or I have to keep trying different things. And part of it is because the gut isn't firing like it should, the nerves of the gut. And so this is a big driving force in digestive health. If you walked away with just one piece out of the digestive component, it would be this. So with that, you have your single oils: anise, clove, fennel, ginger, rosemary, tarragon, ANS support. So all of them would have an impact on this. All of them are very good for rehabbing the stress-plagued digestive tract. I would say out of all of these, you could also put a couple drops in water and take it internally on a daily basis. That would be a very good idea for the digestive tract. You might want to rotate them. You might want to just, ANS support is something that people will do a lot for something like this, but I do like mixing in like ginger and sometimes clove, you know, just to kind of mix things up a little bit. Ginger is a very good like kind of cure-all, especially when it comes to the digestive tract. It treats a lot of different things, not just in the digestive tract, but in the body. So what we're going to do is you're going to choose one of your oils, and then we're going to do this process. Any rosemary will work. Rosemary verbena, even rosemary camphor if you had it, Tuscan blue rosemary, uh, rosemary Provence. You know, I think there's a bunch of rosemaries that we have. So whichever one you're using.
Gingers and I don't know if you said
Yeah, ginger is, yeah, definitely one of them. Yeah. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the throat. And the reason for doing the throat here is just the mouth and the throat are the beginning of the digestive tract. So sometimes there might be tension up in this area or blockages up in this area that would contribute to problems further down the line. Then move your awareness to the front heart. And the reason you're doing the front heart here, it's not necessarily about emotions or things like this, but a lot of times there can be tension in the esophagus, and you'll feel it like a weird kind of like spasmy thing in the chest. And it happens, if there's an issue there. I mean, it could be reflux, it could be GERD. Also, there could be tension in the stomach itself, or it could cause tension in the gut. So we want to eliminate that right off the bat, or at least diminish it, I should say. So your awareness is on the center of your chest. If you feel like tension or spasms in there from time to time, try to put your awareness on that area. But if not, just the center of the chest will do. And then go to your front solar plexus. And this hits a majority of the digestive organs, the front and back. So here we're doing the front, which is below your ribs on the upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Here on the front solar plexus, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, which is the mid back, that area below your shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths in the mid back area. And then your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Returning. You're on the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. And then the abdominal area, the internal organs. Just put your awareness on the internal organs. If you have a hot spot or a compromised area, then put your awareness there. And then just release and let go. Release and let go. Just be still. Nap time again. Hey, so we've kind of worked the digestive tract, but we also want to stimulate more of the healing process that can happen here. A lot of times when it's stress plagued is too much left side of your brain or too much intellect, not enough intuition or healing process or rest and repair. If you think of like the balance between that part of your nervous system, there's fight, flight, and action and activity, right? Which is tied to the sympathetic part of the nerves. And then the parasympathetic, which is rest and repair, is also digest, right? So we want to stimulate deeper levels of parasympathetic activity so that the gut works better. And this pattern that we're doing after the release is the three brain pattern. You know, it's what we use for intuition, it's what we use for active clairvoyance, it's what we use to accelerate the healing process. And so here we're using it to accelerate the healing process, but to deepen that ability to rest, repair, and then also digest. Right? So you're still using the same oil, but now your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your low back area, the backside of your navel, known as the Meng Men.
Hmm.
And then your front solar plexus. The front solar plexus, the area below the ribs on the upper abdomen. And then the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. When awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. And then the top of your head, the crown. And then just be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel. So, I didn't list this, but you could use one of these oils, like you said. You could take it internally, a few drops in water on daily. Like this is best done consistently over at least a few weeks or maybe 30 days. If you have long-standing issues, it might be 2, 3, 4 months, of just consistently treating it, setting new patterns. So in the kit for purchase, and some of you might have this already from another kit or something you bought on your own, but we talk about the use of lobelia, and lobelia is used primarily for respiratory issues or like spasms in the body. It decreases body tension and it decreases tension in the soft tissue, the fascia, and it relaxes the bronchioles, it relaxes the diaphragm, it relaxes a lot of things. And like if you were to boil down what it does is it helps move the body into a rest and repair mode. And so if you have the bilia and you feel up to it, I'd take a dropper full right now. Just one dropper full is all you need. You don't need to take a bunch of it. Like just one dropper full, maybe twice a day is all you need to do. And I would do them separately, one in the morning, one in the evening. But if you have it, go ahead and take some lobelia. If not, it's okay. It's a bit of an experiment for those who have it. See how it feels.
Within the,
Good for
it
purchase.
was.
Yeah. 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 Oh,
Eight pictures.
okay. So let's use either the same essential oil you've been using, or if you want to rotate, you can do that. But we're going to do this process again. So you're beginning to inhale. Your awareness is on your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. And then your awareness is on the front heart. And then the front solar plexus. Yeah. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Have I done a right up on the belly? And then your awareness is on the back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, that mid back area. Your awareness is on the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. The bottom of the tailbone. Bottom of the tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now to your abdominal area, the internal organs. Either put your awareness on all the internal organs, or if you have a compromised area, work that. If you feel it, sometimes it's hard to feel where the compromise is. So that's why if you hit all the organs, but if you know of a particular area, focus on it. Mhm. And then just pause, release. You're just letting go for a moment. Just be still, let it go. Again, begin inhaling. This time, your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the sex chakra. And then the Ming Men, the low back area, the back side of the navel. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Mm. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. How's this making you feel? Yeah, I feel relaxed and stronger every time I do this. Mm, mm. And then the brain, your awareness is on the brain. Mm. And then the crown. Awareness is on the crown. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Notice how your body's feeling. So, like yesterday, we're going to do this again, but we're going to share experiences, ask questions, unmute yourself, type in, and then we'll do another cycle or two. No, usually the way that, I was kind of sharing this with Samantha, um, this makes me feel relaxed, but makes the body feel strong, like at the same time. Like, you just feel like, you could take a punch a little bit, or you could get up and do something, or, you can maybe a little bit better, in a better way, handle what the world throws at you, whatever that might be. And so that's the opposite of stress plagued digestive tract. But anyway.
Thank you. Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Good morning. I felt pretty nauseous this time. It's the first time, and it happened at my back heart. Where it really. So I guess we probably went.
So when you're doing the second piece and was going up to the back heart.
Yes, as soon as I got there, but I stayed with it as long as I could, and then I just felt to grab the lemon verbena, and I used it there, and that kind of smoothed it out. But I imagine I drug some stuff up, maybe from the Meg maybe.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, you're working like the sex in Ming Men is working instinctive issues. And then the solar and back heart is like emotional, and then the brain and the crown is more mental. And in a way they're beginning to harmonize when you work that. And so there's in the back heart. I mean, it could be something that you're processing. Could be stress that's like stuck in the gut. But has there been, you don't have to give details, but has there been anything that's been very emotional over the last few weeks, maybe? Or
Oh, yes.
okay, it's that. Like that,
Yeah.
that would be my first thing on the list. And so it's like kind of in a way you're processing it and transmuting it. So you're either like helping to resolve whatever needs to be resolved and let go whatever needs to be let go. I talk about the back heart being, an amazing janitor, or the ability to cleans toilets really well. You know what I mean? And it's just the crap that gets thrown at us all the time. And sometimes it's us being in difficult situations. Sometimes it might be, you know, ways we think about ourselves, but it's usually difficult situations that we're in or things from the past that get triggered and brought up to the current time or up to the surface. And so, with what you were saying, going through a difficult time, you do hold it in your body for a little bit. And of course it starts to if especially if it's upsetting, it's going to throw off sleep, and it's going to make your breath a little bit different. It's going to upset the digestive tract. It just starts throwing things off a little bit. I mean, it does that to everybody. And so you can almost like see that and go, okay, whatever this is, it's very upsetting, because it's unsettling the body. And so you could do the full practice, but
Okay.
like you said, going through that second part where it's the three brain part, you could still use the oils that are here, but I would say probably something like um, did you ever do like some of the early three brain classes where there was like Shabumi in there?
I don't have Shibumi, um, but I did, I've had some. Yes, I definitely don't have that, Robert. Thank you. That's one I don't have.
How about do you have the plant teachers kit?
Oh, no.
You do you happen to have jasmine at all?
Yes, I bought a
Use
jasmine
jasmine.
roller
Yeah, yeah.
recently.
Use jasmine. I mean, a big part of Shabumi is jasmine. That's
Oh,
why.
wonderful. Oh,
So why don't you use jasmine and do that second part, the 8 through 13, which is basically the three brains.
excellent.
Do that a few times. And the thing that's nice about jasmine is very fortifying. Like it's what you would use for some like a woman who has postpartum depression, because postpartum depression a lot of times is the body has got worn down and depleted. And the jasmine is soothing to the body, to the emotions and things like that, but it's also very fortifying. It's very, very fortifying. Even to the adrenals, it's kind of pulls you out of fight flight a little bit and is fortifying to the body. But it also, the thing that I like about jasmine is like when things are difficult or you feel, I mean, we've all had it, but like, those times where no matter what choice you're going to make, it's going to be wrong. Like you're
Yes.
kind of like trapped. Like if I go left, it's wrong. If I go right, it's wrong. If I stay here, it's wrong. If I go forward, it's wrong. Like it's just you're just in a situation,
Yes.
and basically there's just you're choosing what weird consequence is going to happen. And Jasmine is incredibly good in that area. Like it's like a thing where I wouldn't say that it's acceptance. Acceptance kind of hits a little bit more like Neroli and Narcissus and things like that, um, for accepting things like that. But Jasmine kind of makes you like, okay, I'm stuck here. I'm gonna play with it. Like it turns you into like, remember how Bugs Bunny was like when you're a little kid and he'd be in some weird predicament and somebody's chasing him, and next thing you know, he's chasing the person. It just
Yes.
makes you kind of playful about things. And like
Oh,
Jasmine makes you a little bit more lighthearted and it makes you a little bit more playful. And in situations where it's just there's no right answer, you could say that's also kind of from a place of intellect. Like if you really step back, intuition can see like a longer term strategy of how to resolve it, or and then it's not even like resolving it how the intellect is. It's like learning, growing, evolving, you know compromising, walking away, whatever it might be, like the jasmine helps you to tap into that part of the brain that allows for there to be a little bit of like play and experimentation to like get you like out of that jam kind of. And so I like that for you. Like I like that for a lot of people. I like that for myself. And I know a few different spiritual teachers who would work with Jasmine a lot just because of what it does to the intuition and how it makes you deal with because even we talk about like being triggered, but even mentally you can get triggered. Like, oh yeah, I've seen this before. I'm going to do this, or this is how this works, or this is just what you do when you're in this position. All that is still kind of triggered thinking. Like it's a preconceived way of thinking about things, and it doesn't mean that maybe you need to do the same thing over and over again, but that you just don't go on autopilot and do it. You almost get to a place where you can go, okay, I can choose it. And it's even the idea of like archetypes, where really an archetype is just a pattern of behavior and thinking and feeling that you step into so that you can learn something on an intuitive level. It's even the idea of uniforms. Like if you think of uniforms, like a cop or a fireman or something, they're a normal everyday Joe. They put that uniform on and, I'm a fireman. They
Yeah.
become something bigger than themselves. And that is an intuitive process. They still, you know, go to the fire when the bell rings and they still slide down that fire pole and jump on the fire engine. But there's the intellectual part, but the intuitional part is stepping into that uniform and into that place where like, okay, I'm going to fight fires today, you know, and sometimes when we're in these difficult situations, I mean, that's it is we know what we've done in the past. And if we keep doing the thing in the past, it's like, I'm stuck. Like, I don't, if I choose left or right, but it's still based on past experiences. Where when you get a little bit more playful, like lighthearted, playful, I don't know the right word to say, but it's just like you don't get triggered into the automatic response or the defensiveness or this is what I got to do. You just go, well, I'm stuck here. Let's entertain ourselves, and you just start kind of playing with things. And then pretty soon you go, I see a way out of this, or I see a way to handle this, or I see a way to get to the other side of this. And even if it's not pretty, it's like it's less traumatizing or less stress inducing or something. And, you know, Jas
Well, you really
Jas
you painted such
Jasmine,
a oh so
what's
sorry.
that? Go ahead.
You painted such a beautiful picture of Jasmine, and it's
Yeah.
so appropriate because actually I occasionally face paint with children, and they
Uh-huh.
become that. They become
Right,
whatever
exactly.
they're asking for.
Exactly it. Yeah.
And they're so lighthearted, and they just can slide right
Right.
into that. So
You
I
paint their face like a turtle, and all of a sudden they're a turtle for a little bit.
yes,
They're,
yes.
whatever I mean. Yeah.
um,
And like Jasmine, you don't just put it on and you're instantly there, but like the more you work it, the more you kind of stimulate this part of your brain or your mind to do it. And so the way to accelerate it is kind of how we do our practices. You think of the situation and you inhale it. Like you're lining it up a little bit better so that it happens faster. But just even inhaling Jasmine will do it.
thank you, Greg. That it was absolutely excellent. Thank you.
Good, good.
Right. We had some shares and questions in chat as well. Very relaxed. At first, I was holding the oil in my right hand. I have a shake in my right hand, and my hand was shaking. As we went on with the brain pattern, the shake in my hand diminished.
Yeah.
Now there's no shaking.
Yeah. There was some studies done. Uh, I don't know if it was studies or maybe just the initial research was being done, but they were looking at like you said, like shakes and even things going on in the brain or in other parts of the nervous system. And there was a group that they were evaluating these conditions, but how they were evaluating was they were looking at the gut. Whatever it was, it had no rhyme or reason, which I love that. Like it's an experiment, like and they were finding correlations between neurological function. Even like when we get little spasms or something, uh, sometimes that is not necessarily the muscle because of like lack of blood or contraction. It's like it's a little neurological thing. You know, if they're more superficial, they call them fibrillations. Anyway, um, but treating the gut affects so many other things that we wouldn't just put two and two together. And so I love that it took some of the shake out of your hand. And I would say keep doing it. I mean, it might be the thing that kind of steadies the nerves. A lot of times that shake can be it can be a little bit of over agitation in the nerve, or it can be that the nerve is depleted, like some of the nervous system is depleted, and that will cause like a little bit of a shake. Really deep meditation sometimes will actually even cause that, where you have to do things to fortify the nerves. And part of it is you'll start to get like a shake, and it goes away eventually. But like if you can make it go away faster, then do that. So
Someone said, feeling relaxed and have a big smile.
good.
I used ANS support.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a workhorse.
I used clove oil today and had what felt like extreme hunger pains across front solar plexus.
Hmm.
Felt like a cramp or gas pains, but I don't detect any gas. Pain concentrated in the center line, radiating outward laterally. Question mark, question mark.
Huh. That's interesting. I mean, because like clove is actually used to treat spasms. And so not quite sure what that means. Let me think about that one. I'm not quite sure what that means. That it's radiating laterally. I mean, it could be even stomach muscles, like the skeletal muscle. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. Not getting any clear hit on that. Let me think about that one. Yeah.
What is in ANS support?
Rosemary, anise, and tarragon. Yeah, it's very simple. Yeah.
Think we're ready for our next
Okay.
round.
So we're gonna do another round of this. And if you want to switch oils, switch oils. If you want to use the same one, use the same one. So the person that was having the radiating thing laterally, it looks like to me that something like an area, the nerves weren't quite firing right, and it's like waking up. You know how like sometimes you wake up and or not when you wake up, you've been sitting on your foot and your foot's asleep, and then as it begins to wake up, it gets kind of weird and almost kind of hurts a little bit, and then eventually it kind of regulates. It looks kind of like that. Yeah. Let's see if it continues though. Like it shouldn't continue, but okay, so we're inhaling. Our awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front heart, the center of your chest. Awareness is on your front heart. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. The front solar plexus, below the ribs, on the upper abdomen. You're in your back solar plexus, the mid back area. In the navel, your awareness is on the navel. Your awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of their tailbone, the basic chakra. And then the abdominal area, the internal organs. And then just release and let go. Just release and let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. So, so good, yeah. Yeah. And then your low back, the back side of your navel. Your awareness is on your low back, the back side of your navel. The front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Brain, your awareness is on the brain. and then the crown, the top of your head. Then just be still. Just be still. So with that, we strengthen the function of the nerves. We reduce the stress plagued component of the gut, which really just means the body is either in the mind too much intellect, but in the body, that manifestation of repetition and maintenance is known as homeostasis. And that ability to just shift and change is hard when the homeostasis mechanism is really rigid, right? So we kind of went through and reversed it. We increased the ability to rest, repair, digest, to relax. And so with that, I know we still have a little bit of time before we break for lunch. I'd like to start the process of detoxing the liver and reducing the toxic load. And so with that, you have a bunch of choices. Intestinal detox is in the kit for Persians, but also thyme, tarragon, rosemary, verbena, helichrysum, Greenland moss, coriander, carrot seed, and bay laurel. All of these are very good for reducing the toxic load in the gut. You know, carrot seed, Greenland moss, and helichrysum, rosemary, verbena are especially good for the liver. But the bay laurel and the coriander and the thyme, things like that, very good for detoxing the digestive tract. So, whichever one you're using, begin inhaling with your awareness on the back solar plexus, which is the mid back area. Which one are you using? Mhm. Your awareness is still on that back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic. And then the throat. Your awareness is on your throat. And then your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Your awareness is on the navel minor, which is an inch and a half below the navel. Pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Okay, let's do that again. Back solar plexus. That's what I'm feeling. Mm, mm. In the bottom of the tailbone, the basic. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Throat. Your awareness is on your throat. Then your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Inch and a half below your navel. Just pause. Just pause and let it go. Just being still. Notice your body. How did that feel to you? Like you said, another layer kind of came off. So, we talk about it being detox, and some of it is a physical detox, and some of it is like an energetic detox, but the energy being mostly stress. We have stresses that we're aware of emotionally and mentally. I'd say that might be 10%, if even that. A lot of it is more in the body. It's physically generated stress. And then we also absorb some of the stress from our environment, be it a group of people or some of the people around us, people that we interact, we don't necessarily have to like them or not. You know, say you're in the workplace, you're in an office where everybody's just a big ball of stress, and you might be pretty chill, but you're still swimming in stress. So even though when you leave, you know, it's not just the energy, there's like little behaviors, there's little nuances that continue the stress, you know, things that you're very unconscious of. And so this is a way to kick the stress out of the body, out of the digestive tract, and it's a way to detox both the liver and the digestive tract, especially the intestines. So good to do from time to time. It will help you treat other conditions when they arise, or it can be a companion when you're doing treatment of something else. You know, I do this like maybe every 2 or 3 months. Like I'll do detox for like a week. You know, I might take carrot seed or Greenland moss or the intestinal detox, and then I don't think about it again for a couple months. So, but anyway, we're gonna break for lunch. We'll talk about it after lunch, and we'll still do another cycle of it. But we'll talk about it after lunch. But right now, we're gonna break, and we're gonna go to Astara for the Sunday Sacred Space. Join us if you want. Well, you know, we're gonna do a little 20-minute process. Um, and if not, I'll see you in an hour and a half at 1:30 Central Time. Hey, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. Let's go ahead and come on back. And, you know, we did a bit of a process before lunch, the detox liver, reduce toxic load. If you have shares or questions, let's go ahead and mute, type in. Let's process it a little bit, and then we'll do another round.
You can unmute yourself, raise your hand, type into the chat. If you typed over at Plant Protum Oils before lunch, all that disappears when I bring Greg over to the Star Sacred Space. So you will need to retype it. Yeah, go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey.
Hey, Greg. Let's see. You kind of answered this, but I need a little more clarification. So on the section, detox liver and reduce toxic load. So it just says detox liver, but we are also detoxing what the whole digestive tract. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then you said we were mostly detoxing stress.
No, I said that it's doing something physical, but it's also detoxing stress.
Oh, okay. So could you speak more about the physical detox?
Usually it's a lot of stuck lymph, you know, metabolic waste, things like that, that's just in the digestive tract, excess mucus.
Okay. Okay. So I was wondering about your products then. You have one, digestive lymph. What I suppose, is that a good one to use? I mean, all your products are good, but I mean,
you could use it to support this. Like that targets mostly just lymphatic function. Was used more in treatment of doing like full body lymphatic work.
Yeah.
You could use it topically just for that, but I mean, if you're using something like that because it's of the lymphatic system, I would still work with like lymphatic blend, and
Yeah.
I'd work with other components of it. You know, the lymphatic system is a very good example of you can't just do a spot treatment unless you're dealing with, like say you have a bunch of inflammation in a joint or in an organ or something like that. It can be helpful, but as far as like toning and preventing, treating the whole lymphatic system is much better than just treating a spot. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. All right, then let's see, you have also digestive calm
Mhm.
body tonic. Does that fit in with any of this?
Vaguely, like
Okay.
that's to calm down the tension in the smooth muscle and also to relax the fascia.
Oh,
Wouldn't
okay.
necessarily detox this, and that would be something you would use, in conjunction with some of this, but not as a replacement.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And then the ORIC programs. So let's say if we did the ANS support ORIC program, I mean, the
Mhm.
one using the ANS support, uh, at what point would it be most beneficial to do that? Before, after, or does it matter?
I would probably do it before. After a while, after you've been treating something for a long period of time, that would reverse, but it usually takes quite a while to get there. So, rule of thumb would be to do it before you do this process. And then you could do this process, but eventually, when you've done like a lot of deep work on an area, it would flip-flop.
Yeah, I've heard you say that. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I suppose would the enteric support or program also be beneficial with this?
Yeah, it could be beneficial. Sure.
Is it,
Yeah, yeah.
would it be worthwhile putting your time in doing that as well?
Yeah, I mean, you're working
Question.
a different component. Like here, we're
Oh,
going strictly to the like the body and targeting the system, but that would be treating the aura component. And so, yeah, they would totally go hand in hand. And if we were doing a mishmash class, that is something that we could do a mishmash with.
yeah. But that would be with the enteric support. That's treating the nerves of the gut. Is that correct
Correct.
or not? Okay.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there. My share's on the prior section.
Okay.
Knee support. I felt like that process went way beyond rest and repair.
Yeah, it potentially could. Yeah.
I was very present. I was grounded, but also very expanded at the same time.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, you had that experience yesterday as well, where like doing some of that. And like when we're truly tapping into, we talk about like rest and repair and it's like tied to the healing process. But remember, even when we were talking about regeneration, uh, the regenerative state, it's rest and repair, but it's almost like even beyond the potential of just normal rest and repair. Like if you're injured or if there's a health issue that comes up, that your body has the ability to go to a much deeper state to be able to heal that. And that's even a thing that we're going to explore to a much higher degree in the power of realization we kind of started talking about it in the regenerative state, but for there to be quicker healing or miraculous healing or healing of something that might not normally heal or just be something that we have to maintain because it's been so degenerated, whatever that might be, is that if you can train the body, those become not lower triggers to like the instinctive responses and to the stress response and things like that, but can start to become a trigger for more soul energy to come in. Like the soul starts to protect itself to a much higher degree. So if there's an issue, it sends down more soul energy. So the negative things almost become like a positive thing because of, you know, what comes in or that level of expansion. And so adding three brain to that particular one, that's letter B. You go through, you work the digestive tract and the nerves, but then you go through and add three brains. It's a way of turning on the intuitive part of the mind, or being able to engage allostasis, which is the ability for something to shift or come in or be spontaneous rather than just the repetition of homeostasis. You're allowing for that to come in to shift it into a place that's like more appropriate. And so like when you hit areas where you have that expansion, it doesn't necessarily mean that there was a problem there, but it was an area that maybe needed some work. And so, you know, most times in practices we try to stimulate it the other way around. We sit with it, we try to expand, we try to do whatever. But if you can train your physiology and your energy body, you can put your attention on something that needs help, and then there's a downpouring of energy that helps to heal that. You almost just direct it with your attention. And so, both yesterday and today, you were starting to experience that. And there's actually a kind of a science to it that we'll be going into in the power of realization, because that's what realization is, might be a mental problem, emotional problem, some physical issue, some environmental thing, a thing with a relationship, or, whatever it might be, is that instead of just going to repetition or doubling down or doing what we've done in the past, some higher sort of guidance or information comes in, energy, whatever you want to call it, and pushes us to a new place that heals, grows, evolves, learns, whatever it might be. And so that's what we're shooting for. I mean, that's really the whole vibrational approach. Like as it starts to really kind of come to a head, that's actually what you're cultivating, is that ability to shift like that. Yeah,
So
and
for
you've
the
had that
past,
experience twice, and we're not even doing the technique for it. I mean, this is kind of going to be like if we do a mashup later, it would be a mashup with the the power of realization, and you could even do them with just even mashups with some of the symptom-oriented approaches, which we'll probably put it in a booklet like that at some point.
yes,
If I
please.
can pull it together, I might try to do it for you guys on Wednesday. I have to look at my production list and see if I can carve out some time. But
So for the past week,
mhm.
or maybe a little longer, I've been focused on trying to let go of this mental repetition thing that I've been stuck on. And I
Sure.
really made a commitment to let it go to spirit and just release it.
Is it always the same topic, or is it just different things are bouncing around?
No, it's a particular topic.
Yeah. I
And,
would say, how we do the thing. We were just talking about that at lunchtime. And
and I felt a very different effect with the two different oils that I use. So I'm curious about that.
yeah, I mean that could play a role. I mean, some of it might be that it's stuck in the body somewhere, could be that it's the energy center, could be that you're just pushing your body into deeper rest and repair, and you're starting to like touch it in different ways.
Okay.
Um, so as long as you kind of keep having those experiences, that's a very good sign. Um, and then also, when we do it in the power of realization, we're going to do this like 4 or 5 step process that's just general, and then we're going to direct it to different organs and or different systems and things in the body, and cultivate this thing that you're experiencing to a even higher degree. And so you would really like add on to the things that we're already doing. It's not really different. It's just like adding a piece and, kind of doing a mashup between 2 or 3 things at once. And, there's different components to it. And one of them is just the balancing of the two sides of the brain. And, it's kind of like that thing that I did at lunch with Astara, if you did
I
that.
was going to say that was just such a perfect
Yeah,
piece.
that's like this class is kind of leading to like more things like that. And it's just a step, but you know be it classes or some of the free classes and study groups, we'll be exploring this to a higher degree, but it's you know, that's the issue, like with healing, is like a lot of times we have different ideas of what that is. And the intellect can really slow down the healing process because it's not really going, how do I make this process better? It's more of like, this is what I expect, or this is what I think should happen, or this has been my past experience. And it's really hard to get away from that. It's really super hard. You know, it's that part of the mind is also how we survive out in the world. And it's not really about making that go away, but just allowing for something else to happen when it needs to happen. It doesn't mean it needs to happen all the time, but when it needs it, it needs to be able to go there. And just like you had those experiences, like it happened for whatever reason. And so like you know, I've made special blends for some of this process, but one thing that's just really straightforward and easy to do is cedar, especially Atlas cedar. You know, all the cedars would work, but for this particular mechanism, Atlas cedar tends to be the best. And you would inhale it on the brain, on both sides of the brain, and then eventually on the ajna. And you could even be putting little dabs of cedar on the ajna as well. And what that does is it has a balancing effect between the left and right side of the brain, but in between the left and right side, there's this little kind of like channel or pathway that is where the blockages between the two sides of the brain really come out. And those blockages will greatly inhibit the function of the back heart and your ability to transmute and let go and clean things up and everything. And so the cedar helps to balance out the two sides of the brain, and then it has a cleansing effect on that area in between. And I've tried, I don't know, 4 or 5 different times to make a blend that can do it better than cedar, and I can't. Like, I've gotten it to where it's about equal, but it's like, why make a blend when you can have a single oil that just does it? But I gave it the old college try, trying to like, oh, I can make this better, I can make it work better. Like, been able to pull it off. And so, just if you wanted to do some work with even just the cedar for a little bit, that could be a nice little practice. Like, even think of the situation, and then you could follow. I can send the pattern that I used at the lunchtime, but basically the big part is the brain and then the ajna, and then the next piece would be, I'll just forward it to you. Let's drop this into the chat.
Yeah, I'll share it with everybody there.
Thank you so much for all of this
Yeah,
practice and guidance. And it's, yeah, such a gift.
thank you. You're so sweet. I mean, for me, I love it. It feels good, but also it's just fun to be doing these things. I love doing this stuff with you guys. I didn't get to talk to you guys about it. Nobody else would listen. So, I mean,
I know that feeling.
yeah, I know. Like, thank God that, like, we have these things all the time, because like I get to talk about things that, most people don't really put any time or energy thinking about. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate everything you do.
I had this friend not too long ago. I hadn't seen him for a while, and they were like, "So what are you doing for fun?" And I was like, "Work." And they go, "You know, but like for fun." I go, "Work is fun." Like it's not like haha, you know, out on the town, but like it's fun and I like it. I like doing it. You know, I don't know. It's nice. If I had my choice, this is what I'd be doing. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, I love it. I would talk to you about it though, just so you know.
Yeah.
Those might be our shares.
Okay,
for-
let's do another round and then we'll jump into the next phase. So whichever oil you were using, intestinal detox or thyme, tarragon, rosemary, verbena, bay laurel, carrot seed, coriander, Greenland moss, helichrysum. Yeah, personally, I've been working carrot seed a lot lately. You know, even carrot seed has a balancing effect on the nervous system, but it's very good detox for the liver and the kidneys, actually. And then it's really good for stimulating skin that's sluggish, so that it doesn't detoxify and move the lymph and the processes of the skin. Carrots a good, I don't want to say a stimulant, but it very fortifying to the skin, especially the processes of the skin. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your mid back area. And then the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. And then the throat. Your awareness is on the throat. And then the navel. Your awareness is on the navel. And then 1.5 inches below the navel. Mhm. And then just pause. And again, you can see like underneath the pattern, if you're in the booklet, taking a couple of drops of intestinal detox or carrot seed, Greenland moss, rosemary, verbena, or helichrysum um, internally can be helpful. Even the bay laurel. And then, like Dorothy was saying, you can support it with auric programming. And then you can use the different things like topically, like the enteric support and the digestive lymph. And another one that's really good for the gut is that Paracelsus blend. The Paracelsus blend has a lot of absinthium in it, which is a form of wormwood, and very calming and soothing to the nerves of the gut. And then just ginger, just good old fashioned ginger used on a regular basis can be very beneficial to the gut. You know, we're looking at just like functional problems in the area to help make whatever symptom oriented approaches that you're using like more effective. So, you still would add on something. You would add on, something for digestion, or if you had irritable bowel, or if you had diarrhea, or, you had cramping, you had an ulcer, whatever it might be. Um, some of this would address that, like the ulcer, for example, is treated very well by the use of carrot seed, even when it's due to a bacterial infection. And so, you're kind of already hitting some of that stuff, but then you would fine tune it with going after specific symptoms. But this is a good way to tone, prevent, treat in the middle of a crisis, and then clean up something after the fact. Right? So let's do, just because we had the lunch break, let's do one more cycle of this, just because I don't know. I think it feels nice. So, and yeah, one more time. So we're going to hit the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on your throat. Your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. And then 1.5 inches below your navel. And then just let go. Just let go. So we're going to slide into application D, which is um, uh, dealing with stress and emotional suppression. So again, the stress plagued digestive tract, but also when we have a lot of or excess uh, homeostatic emotion, part of sometimes how we try to regulate that is there's a clamping down of the internal organs. You're clamping it down. It's not a conscious choice, it's a biological thing that happens, but it's associated with higher stress levels, anxiety, things like this. And it can cause a lot of discomfort in the digestive tract. So this is to flush the stress out and then basically to relax the smooth muscle. So you have choices: basil, Melissa, St. John's wort, and the blend de lait. So you have your choice, and you don't need to think about anything or visualize anything. This process will just go through and flush things out. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back heart. Awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And your awareness is on the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and release. Just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the brain. Spine. Your awareness is on the spine. Well, the same thing. Your brain and spine together. Same time. Brain and spine together. And then the brain and soles of your feet. And as you inhale, move your awareness up above the ankles. As you exhale, down into the earth. Just let go. Just let it all go. And then begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. The low back area, the back side of the navel. The awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Under you. And then the crown. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Let's do another round of that. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your navel, your awareness is on your navel. Then your crown, the top of your head, the crown. Just be still. Just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. The spine. The awareness is on the spine. The brain and spine both at the same time. Your awareness is on the brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and the soles of the feet. And then just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. The low back, the back side of the navel, the main men. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Awareness is on your crown. And just let go. And let it go. So notice how you feel. You flushed out a lot of the stress out of the body and tension out of the smooth muscle. We're going to let that process. We're going to take a break. And just to stay on track, we'll come back and we'll start doing some things on the urinary system before we do shares. So I'll see you at 5 till the hour. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And we are at the top of page 7, and we're hitting the urinary system. This is one that you don't really think about unless you're having issues there, but we're going to go through and we're going to treat a few things. So right off the bat is flushing out any sort of infection in the urinary tract. So it could be in the bladder, it could be in the kidneys, just anywhere in that area. And so one of the best things for this is tea tree or lemon tea tree. Lemon tea tree is not a true tea tree. It's actually in the myrtle family, but the properties between lemon tea tree and tea tree are so similar that that's why they call it by that name. Ideally, you would do at least a few drops of either one of these tea tree or lemon tea tree in water a couple of times a day. If you had a pretty substantial infection, you would do it like every 4 to 6 hours, 2 or 3 drops in water and you drink it. And so that's very helpful, but also inhaling on this pattern makes it more magnified. So here we're just going to do a toning treatment, but if you had an infection, it would be necessary to take it internally. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And then your awareness is on the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the Ming Men, the low back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. The back solar plexus. Mm. Man. You hadn't though, had you? No, but you had. And then the bottom of your tailbone. Then just pause and be still. Let's do that one again. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Those feeling. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Your kidneys. And then the low back area, the men. Backside of the navel. Your back solar plexus, the mid back area. And the bottom of the tailbone. And then just pause. Notice how it makes you feel. Does it relax your body? Does it make your body feel strong? Does it make you want to go take a nap? Does it take some tension out of your low back and lower hips? We don't think of the urinary tract being part of something that generates tension and stress in the body or even produces anxiety, but it can. It's still impacted by vagal tone. Let's do it one more time. mean, this is an area that a lot of times doesn't get treatment unless you need it. You're not really thinking prevention, or you're not thinking about toning this particular area. So again, your awareness is on the sex chakra. Awareness is on the kidneys. The low back, the backside of the navel. Back solar plexus. The back solar plexus, the mid back area. And then the bottom of the tailbone. And then be still. Be still. Notice how you feel your body. Are you more relaxed? Is there tension that has left in your low back or low spine? Do you feel stronger? Do you feel like sleepy? Like, what is it that's kind of hidden you? So we're going to work on one more piece, application B, and this just is about hydrating the body. So there's not really a lot of choices here. I realize like in the kit for purchase, we put it in there, but some of you might have this, some of you might not. But it's Shazandra. And ideally, you would take it internally. But to augment taking it internally, we are going to do this practice. If you don't have Shazandra, there's not really a good substitute. So you can use another oil, or you can not use an oil and just do the breathing pattern with us.
Okay.
But ideally, you would do it with Shazandra. Shazandra helps it helps to harness water, and it helps to transmute it in the body so that it's usable. Just because you drink water, sometimes your body, it just passes through the body. So it's very hydrating to the mucous membranes and things like this, even in the digestive tract and the sinuses and the eyes. But, the function is down in the kidneys, and it does impact the spleen somewhat. And so, not to get too many details, but this is a great one to take right at bed as well. It will usually improve sleep. So if you have the oil, do it. And if not, you can substitute an oil for whatever your choice is, or just follow the breathing pattern. And so with this, you're going to take a few drops internally if you want. If you do take it internally, do it for like a couple weeks at a time or a month at a time. But begin inhaling, your awareness is on the eyes. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the eyes. Your awareness is on the nostrils. We're basically hitting the five senses. Your awareness is on the nostrils. The tongue, your awareness is on the tongue. Your awareness is on your tongue. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the ear minors, the holes in your ears. How's this feel doing this? Yeah. Isn't it kind of trippy? Yeah, yeah. But like, how's it? Yeah. But how's that make you feel? Yeah. Yeah. And then do your face, just your whole face. And then let go for a moment. Just let go. Let's do that one again. Inhale with your awareness on your eyes. Your awareness is on your nostrils. And then the tongue. Your awareness is on the tongue. Your ears, the holes in your ears. And then the face. Your awareness is on the face. Then just let go. How did that make it? A little sleepy the second time. So we have this one, we have the one we did before, and we have the one that was the last one in the digestive tract that we didn't really process. So let's go ahead and unmute, type in, share your experiences, ask questions if you'd like. How's this all treating you? You know, I was thinking before we presented this weekend, I don't know that we've ever done processes with the urinary tract in class.
I agree.
Like we talk about it like how to treat things, but we haven't gone through and like, let's treat the urinary system. you know. So it can hold tension just like anything else, you know. It has its issues. But anyway, let's go ahead and fire away.
Just 1 second, guys. Yeah, go ahead, Teresa, then Zakia.
Hey.
Hi. So today was perfectly timed. I had an allergic reaction to something yesterday. And it was pretty intense, resulting in Benadryl. And because my esophagus was not happy.
Like it was tightening up.
Yeah. I was just getting a vitamin IV, and somehow my body was just like, no, not that.
Yeah, it could be something in the IV.
Yeah, it was a poly MBA, and I've had them before, never had a problem, but this was pretty instant.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you happen to have Tolu balsam in any of your kits or anything?
yeah, I do.
Inhale that. It'll release relax the esophagus.
Okay.
Trachea and the esophagus. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I do. I got all my oils out. You have to do a class on how to organize all these oils. But what was interesting is the perfect timing of like stepping into where we are today. And the last digestive one was super soothing. I use St. John's wort.
Oh, nice.
It was very soothing.
Yeah.
And the digestive tract, I did that quite a few times, even on break.
It's a nice one to do. Boy, it's such a nice one to do.
Absolutely. The tea tree, I started heating up and getting flushed. And I thought, okay, maybe something's just leaving my system. And then when we got to the last one with the Shazandra, with the eyes and the nose, like I was sweating. And by the time we got to the tongue, everything had cleared and I'm back to normal again.
That sounds like a little bit of like an autonomic thing. And so, there could have been, who knows what's going on. But when you have like an autonomic response, there can be like heat, a little bit of sweating, but it's not like all over the body. It's like usually on the forehead or on the abdomen, something like that. And there could have been a little bit of inflammation in the area. Probably not infection, but I mean, you never know. Like, you know what I mean? Like there could be, there was this lady one time, she came to me and I don't know, we were talking about symptoms and everything, and we did a few treatments, and I was like, let's just treat this as like a kidney infection. And she had a bunch of testing done at the doctors and everything, but sometimes there's like these really super low grade infections that can be there for a very long time. And treated her for that. And, I used a blend of a couple of different essential oils because I suspected it was in the kidneys. So I made it specifically for the kidneys, and all the symptoms cleared up.
Oh, wow.
Like I had tried, a bunch of other people had tried, the doctor had tried, but like the testing shows there's no infection, but there's just these little weird things that can happen in the body that, they're not horrible and they're not life-changing, but they're annoying. You know what I mean? They cause like some sort of disturbance, and it sounds like that might have been a little bit of something in that vein. Who knows what it could be, but yeah.
Okay.
That's why it's good to go through and just like tone these systems up, because you never know what's just lurking in the darkness, because our conscious mind is not aware of anything. It's just not. Like I don't do it often, but like I'd say, I don't know, maybe every 6 months or something, I'll do like 4 or 5 days maybe a week of the tea tree a few times a day. Just like if there's anything in the kidneys or bladder or anything like that, any sort of infection, inflammation, it just will reduce that. So it's usually what I use to treat like bladder infections, cystitis, which is inflammation of the bladder.
Mhm.
Um, even a little bit in the kidneys themselves.
Okay.
With kidneys, I tend to use a little bit more like myrrh and things like that. But for this, the tea tree is fine.
All right. Well, super. Thank you very much. I'll go get my Tolsu balsam.
Yeah,
Tolu.
good, good.
Thank you.
And then go ahead, Sakia.
Hey, Miss Sakia.
Atma Namaste. How is
Hey, how are you
everybody?
feeling? How are you feeling?
I am feeling awesome, thanks to you. Really, really good, powerful.
Good.
Um, I told you about the kidney stones. Is there a specific either essential oil or protocol for the kidney stones?
There's not really a great like, I've tried. I don't know that I've ever found anything that really works super well. I think the thing that is helpful is just relaxing the smooth muscle. You know, um, I think you probably know this better than I do with all your herbal background, but like I think there's I used to just call it stone root.
Yes, gravel root.
Gravel root. There you go.
Gravel root is butcher's broom. There's pipsissewa, and
Yeah.
I've dissolved stones previously with herbs, much to the urologist's chagrin. But
Right, right.
with this new development, I've actually decided not to have the surgery
Okay.
because I can do it naturally. Between
Sure.
that and the chronic healing protocol,
Sure, sure.
why would I do it? But
Right,
I was
right.
just wondering if there was a specific essential oil for it. But I've already got, yeah,
Essential
I've already
oil,
got,
the only thing that I would say that would kind of go in that vein is maybe lovage. Um,
yeah,
but I wouldn't say that it's like a for sure thing.
no, no.
The thing with essential oils is they don't really like if there was an area where you were like, yeah, it treats that area okay, it would be the urinary tract. Things
Yeah,
like infections and things, it can be good, but like other like kidney issues and bladder issues, it's okay. But usually I switch over to herbs in that area. Like
yeah,
the kidneys, like herbs are much better tolerated by the kidneys than oil.
yeah. I actually have
Mhm.
a kidney formula, but when what I did with lovage, I actually added it to my Chinese tonic, the Sawuchi, which is a
Uh-huh.
kidney and liver tonic. I just added
Sure.
my lovage to that I
Perfect.
take 2 or 3
Yeah.
times regularly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll just
And
stick
and
with
the
the
idea being that if you start breaking it up, the more that you pee, the more likely you're to flush it out. And so, my favorite story about all of this is I used to have one client. She used to get a lot of kidney stones, but you know what she would do? She would drink a beer and then dance, and between the two, she would pass the stone every time.
well, the other non-medical remedy is drink a 6 pack of warm Coca-Cola.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And I've heard people overnight the stone will dissolve from the acid in the soda.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. My other
Makes
question,
sense. Yeah.
yeah. So much for what soda does to the body.
Right, right.
The other question was
Mhm.
to deeply hydrate. Why is the protocol all in the face for Cassandra?
It shifts the nervous system. And so like by going through, it's actually the senses, like the five senses, and the face being the sense of touch. Um,
Oh,
so the thing being that it's a way to shift part of the autonomic nervous system by going through the senses and the sensory input. And the most effective way to deeply hydrate is to just take the Shazandra internally. But if you are going to work a pattern to like augment it or do a little bit of prevention, hitting the five senses is what I found to be the most effective as far as breathing in a pattern.
Mm.
You know, but like if somebody was really, like if say you have one of the issues with not being well hydrated is like dry eyes, for example. It could be autoimmune, it could be allergies, it could just be your
Oh,
mucous membranes or the tongue. Um, so like you're kind of hitting those spots that might be impacted by those areas, but I mean, it still could be in the digestive tract, it could be all kinds of areas. But
okay.
between taking it internally and doing that, there is an autoimmune issue called Sjogren's. And Sjogren's is this thing that, now they recognize it very early, but in the old days, it was almost fatal because it would be so far advanced that, basically the person's mucous membranes would all dry out. And,
Wow.
they started seeing it more as a byproduct of chemotherapy. But even before chemotherapy, it was a thing. But now, Shazandra, you go through use Shazandra and maybe do a little bit of a autoimmune protocol, and it's very treatable. Where 50 years ago, it was potentially fatal. But it was
Wow.
usually because it didn't get caught until it was almost grinding the body to a halt. And
Right, right.
that's the difference is they just recognize it now. And,
So
and
when you
so
hydrate deeply, you were
Mhm.
saying you should do it for about a month. Is that once a day or
Yeah, I would do it once a day, and
once a
I
day
would
for a
I
month?
would probably do it in the evening just because Shazandra does make you sleep a little better. But you could do it whenever. Like if your sleep's okay and it doesn't matter, you could take it during the day. Um, yeah, I think it's good to tune that up from time to time. Just because we might be taking in enough fluid, it might be passing through us. Our body doesn't transmute it and utilize it so much. And so, it's just nice to tune that up from time to time. And, especially coming out of winter time is a really good time to do it. In Chinese medicine, they would do like they would call it like a spring cleaning or a spring
Right.
treatment, and it's a couple of months of doing Shazandra every day. And the idea being that not only are you hydrating all the mucous membranes that were impacted by the cold weather, but because you're hydrating, you're flushing toxic material that is laid on the mucous membranes or has been impacted, like old mucus and things like that. You're just flushing all of that out of the system. And
Awesome. Great.
yeah, and it's also very like strengthening and fortifying to the body. And so, I mean, there's a lot of good reasons to do it. I mean, a lot of times, especially when we do a symptom-oriented approach, we kind of wait for there to be a problem. But this is more to like catch the problem before it's a problem, or keep things from going bad, or to bring your attention to something. Like, oh, if you start doing this, you go, oh my God, I feel so much better just in
Right.
a few days of something. There's a little bit of an issue going on there. Like, okay, I'm gonna treat this for a month or two.
Right.
So
Right.
it's kind
I
of
got
like
to
treatment and almost like a diagnostic tool, you could say.
yeah. I got a recent call from a client who he said he was told his kidneys is elevated. I'm thinking that's the creatinine.
Probably.
Do you have a suggestion for that?
I would probably start with yeah,
Again, I have an herbal formula, but I'm just thinking if there's some essential
yeah.
oil protocol.
I'm trying to like tap into that person and see what's gonna. What I would probably do for that person is celery seed.
Okay.
Yeah. And the thing is, the celery seed could even be topical. It doesn't even need to for that person. It could even be
Oh,
topical.
put it on his back.
Put it on his back, on his legs, on his abdomen. You could do it in a body tonic or a little massage oil or something. Yeah, or just even neat, like just and rub it in and call it good.
Oh, celery seed neat. Okay. Internal or no?
Yeah, I would say, most times I would say it needs to be internal, but for this person, internal and topical is almost even.
Okay,
So whichever one they feel. Celery seed smells like celery seed, so they might not like that smell. But the thing
right.
that's nice about celery seed, both topically and internally, is it also, flushes lactic acid out of the body and out of the tissues and things like that. And so the trapped lactic acid, both in the gut and in the skeletal muscle, can also be engaging the fight flight mechanism. And so it can keep his body from like producing things that it needs to, or not producing things, so like it could be um, tied to like overstimulation of certain processes in the body.
Yeah, he
So
said he was recently diagnosed with hepatitis C, though they have not put him on any medication. And he says right now it's inactive. I don't know if there's a connection to that.
okay, so I still say celery seed for the things that we talked about, but the other thing that I'd work into that mix is carrot seed.
Okay.
Carrot seed, usually we think of it more as like for the liver or for sluggish skin and things like that, digestive lymph, you know, but it does have an impact on the nervous system and it does impact the kidneys, but it is one of the things that you do use in various forms of hepatitis.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know what else is another one to use for hepatitis that if they're into it is good old fashioned lavender. Lavender will
Oh,
be helpful for hepatitis.
okay.
I would choose carrot first, but I
Right.
mean, I would still throw, salt baths, a cream, a massage oil, a body tonic. Um, I can remember like way, way, way back in the day, I used to have people that I was treating for hepatitis, and we would have them take a bunch of lavender and just rub it on the backs of their ears. And
Oh,
it was just a way to get it in the bloodstream.
oh, okay.
Could still
So
be on.
it's better than internal?
Yeah, it would actually be better topical. You know,
Okay.
you could do it internal, but I would still put some on topically.
And just the back of the ears or
Back
somewhat
of the
like,
ears, the wrists, the tops of the feet, just anywhere like that.
okay.
I had them doing stuff on other places, so that's why I went to the back of the ears.
Thanks so much.
You start running out of spots. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank
You're
you. And
so
thank you
welcome.
so
I'm so
much for
glad to
your
hear you're doing
support.
so well.
Huh?
I'm so glad to hear you're doing so well.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been totally different than the first time
Good,
around.
good, good.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Atma Namaste.
Namaste.
And then go ahead, Tracy.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Hello. So,
Hey.
when we got through with that, I was having some pain in my lower abdomen, like on the left, but it seems to have worked its way out
Before or after?
after
After. And when you did which one?
this last thing that
The
we
very
took.
last one with the Shazandra?
Yeah, and I did take it internally. But I also took the tea
And
tree before that
it
internally.
was on
Yeah,
the right side or the left side?
the left side. Kind of feel it in my kidney now. Hmm, Maybe I'll do that again a few times.
Does your stomach ever hurt or like that area ever hurt like after you eat certain foods or anything?
Sometimes if
Yeah,
it's, you know,
like seeds and nuts and things like that?
no, not really.
Okay.
No, it's probably more like greasy stuff, you know.
Mm, okay. Try just taking it internally and just for like maybe a week or two and see how that treats you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
This has been a good weekend.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you're enjoying.
I needed it.
Yeah, it was a nice, like I don't want to say it's like a simple weekend, but it's just, we do so many mystical and like heavily layered things. It's nice to just kind of do something real straightforward.
Yeah,
Uh,
my body, has been needing, my body's been having
Yeah.
some issues, so it's been very
Yeah.
nice. Sorry, Sam.
no, you're good. You're still talking. Cool. Yeah, enjoy. Okay, so we have some questions and shares.
Mhm.
What does the navel minor influence on? I'm trying to see which pattern it is. It's the one with intestinal detox. The C, detox liver and reduce toxic loads.
Even though I just got through saying like it's nice to do a little straightforward thing. Yeah, it's a little bit more of something tied to the energy body and the effects of the lower nature. And so it's not so much about like how it impacts your physiology as that it kind of calms down agitation and like some of your more primal drives. And so
So you're sneaking in these.
I snuck in something a little bit more energetic and yeah. Just got through saying, no, it's so nice doing something straightforward and busted.
But it is nice not just doing either the symptom or just like the
Right.
system
Yeah.
approach is
Yeah.
it's been really, I feel like it has a bigger impact and I can feel it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
And it's a way to search to see like where do I have problems? Because a lot of times in these areas you don't know. You don't know unless you have some really horrible symptom or some debilitating thing or some pain or cramp or something. But here you're like, oh, yeah.
And then for the for the intestinal detox, how long do we take it internally?
I would do it anywhere from a week to like 3 or 4 weeks. Yeah. Going back to Tracy, if you don't mind, like Miss Tracy.
Yes.
With that, like I start thinking that out a little bit. Um, if it is like after like kind of like heavier, greasier foods or something like that, try doing like equal amounts of like a drop of helichrysum and a drop of rosemary verbena. And that should help your body process that and deal with the fatty foods a little bit better and be able to flush them out. And then that way you can still have your fatty foods and not have that issue as much.
Do you put it together?
Yeah, you could just do them individually or you could mix it together, however you want to do it.
A drop of helichrysum, and what was the other one?
Rosemary verbena.
Rosemary?
And so you don't need to do it all the time, but like after you've had like, a heavy meal or something. I mean, it's hard because you guys travel so much. So a lot of times that's probably what's on the table. You know what
Oh,
I mean?
yeah.
Like when you're eating in restaurants. And so you could do it as a preemptive or like after you've had the meal or that night when you're going to bed, and it would probably reduce some of those symptoms quite a bit. But you don't need to do it like all the time. You could just do it when you have the meal.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Add it to my travel
Yeah. Perfect.
kit.
Yeah.
Does this treatment affect menopausal symptoms and vaginitis, referring to the segment 3 urinary system when we did the flush out infections naturally with the tea tree or lemon tea tree?
That one, I would say the Shazandra might impact that a little bit more taken internally. And then the menopause or premenopausal symptoms also is best treated with Vitex. And Vitex, a couple of drops on the temples, done daily over a period of time. It's not going to be immediate relief, but it will improve it substantially. If there's moisture issues, the Shazandra should be helpful. Sometimes I do augment that with aniseed, which has a balancing effect on the autonomic and the sympathetic and parasympathetic parts of the nervous system. But usually the between the Vitex and the Shazandra, it gets the issue. So
And then a share on a couple of the processes. Did not sit still for this one, fidgeting. Wow. And then
was it for this last one or one of the earlier
It
ones?
was
It's
the-
probably the stress thing on the digestive tract. Huh?
it was the managed stress and
Yeah.
emotional suppression through
Yeah,
my
that's flushing stuff out of your system. And so I would say if it made you feel kind of a little fidgety, it's like stuff that you're on top of something. I'd flush some more out and it'll help your body to feel better. Because that's the thing is a lot of these things are stored in the body, they're generated by the body. So emotionally, mentally, we're completely unaware of it. But you start working these parts of the body and all of a sudden you're like, ugh, what's going on here? And it's just, you know, some of these areas, they have their physical stresses that you're getting on top of and starting to regulate. And so most stress is physical, like most. And so, you just probably got on top of something in there. That's a very big general, like kind of stress flush. And so, could be coming out of other areas of the body. But most stress like will hit in those areas that are impacted by the vagus nerve. So urinary tract, digestive tract, respiratory system, and cardiovascular system. And so that would help just flush things out for that whole genre of things.
because
Yeah.
even after for the next protocols, I'm standing for these cycles of oils. It
Yeah.
feels much better. I
Yeah.
just want to move.
Yeah. Yeah, and the movement probably helps like release things a little bit and reintegrate. And so, yeah, that's probably good.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. Took me a second to get over to you. I wanted to ask, I have that lactic acid blend. What is in that?
It's heavy on the celery. I mean, I can tell you the other things that's in it, but celery is the big component.
Is there carrot seed in that one at all or not?
I don't think so, but let me look. I'm saying I don't think so, but yeah, I've slept since then, so I couldn't tell you what's in it. That's my old man joke. I've slept since then.
And I'm checking on the site, seeing if maybe we posted that already too.
Or even how I would take it, the
Celery,
lactic.
celery seed, milfoil, galbanum, impapo, and coriander.
Oh, check that out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could take it internal, or you can do a salt bath with it, or topical, like in a body tonic.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Internal body tonic and salt bath.
Or a salt bath. Yeah. For a while, that was my go-to salt bath. Like, man, I just, because it flushes lactic acid out, and could be in the skeletal muscle, could be in the gut or whatever. But it's just, sometimes when you get achy in the body,
Yes.
sometimes that's lactic acid. And so, like, if I start getting achy and like, I'll do something like lemongrass or something, and I was like, oh, I feel better. And then the next day I'm back to feeling achy again. Something's building up in my system. And so I'll take a couple of those salt baths and maybe take it internal once or twice. It's gone. Remember, even you were doing something, like I think you had worked out or something.
I had thought about working out, so in my sleep, I woke up like I worked out, but it was like
Something like that. And she was achy and she was trying to do something. I go, just slap some lactic acid flesh on that and made it all go away.
Okay, it is the last part's flush. Okay, the other thing, I was curious about the carrot seeds. So maybe that,
Mhm.
especially with my skin, that might be a good one to consider.
Yeah, it's actually used for sluggish skin, helps to prevent like wrinkling and things, and then can be used for eczema. It's not one of my top go-to things for eczema, but it could be used for eczema. but also very good for the liver, good for the kidneys, good for the lymph and the digestive tract. I mean, it's really good for the liver. Like I was saying to Zakia, like it's kind of one of the go-to things to treating hepatitis is carrot seed, because it's not just good for the liver, it's actually regenerating to the liver. It will improve liver function substantially.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
The very last one we did, with the face and all,
Mhm.
that part I could tell I need to spend some time with,
Yeah.
and so that is, thank you. It's been really, as usual, really enlightening.
Well, good. I mean, that's the thing with Shazandra. Like you never really notice that you need it until you take it, and you're like, I feel amazing. It's it's because it's not just about the water. It is very fortifying to a lot of different areas of the body. But I would say if you take it and you feel really good, you need to do it for a while. And it doesn't mean you have to do it forever, but like, you just do it from time to time. Like sometimes I'll sit out and go, I'm going to do it for a month. And I get like 4 or 5 days into it, stop doing it, but I already feel better. Like, you know what I mean? And at the time, I didn't even know that I felt bad. But when I took it, I was like, man, I slept better. I had more energy the next day. My body felt good. My mind was clearer. And I was like, I'm going to do this for 30 days. And after 5, 6 days, yeah, I call it good. You know what I mean?
Yes, it did what it was supposed to, at least
Yeah.
in that time
Yeah.
period.
Doesn't mean that it's a forever thing, but just from time to time, it's nice to do little like tune-ups on things.
Thank you. This has been a really fun class. Thank
Good,
you.
good. Yeah.
Well, and just on this Shazandra, I know I take it almost every day. And if I have the dry eyes come in, I'm
Yeah.
like, almost no, I haven't been doing Shazandra for a
Yeah.
few days. So it really helps my dry
Like
eyes.
Shazandra, if you have dry eyes, if you have the tendency to get bloody noses, if your mouth's dry, or you found like you're doing that a lot, sometimes even my ears, like the ears will get like on one side will get uh it doesn't stay clogged a lot, but like when I lay down it will clog up. If I start taking Shazandra, that will diminish. Very good for the skin. It's hydrating to the skin, so if you look at that, those are the five senses right there. And so it's just nice to tune up from time to time. If you had a serious health issue, it would be a go-to thing to treat. But um, for something that can tone something up kind of quickly and improve sleep, and you know, it's a good one to do, and super inexpensive. It's not a crazy exotic. It sounds like it's a little bit exotic, but it's just a very inexpensive way to treat things.
I feel like I've been running a humidifier for a few hours. I presume this oil, the Shazandra, and pattern might support healthy respiratory function as well.
It could, especially if things are a little bit dry, or if the mucus is kind of dried up and caked on the membranes itself. And so it can be, I mean, we're coming out of the winter season. I mean, we still have another month or so, but we get teased a little bit with springtime weather, and then it goes back to 10 below or whatever. And so, coming out of that, Shazendra is a very good thing to use after winter time. If you're not in extreme colds, then you might not need it as much. But here, like in springtime, it's definitely a thing to do for a couple weeks.
Is there a best oil for chronic constipation?
There's not really a best oil for that. I'd start probably with lemongrass, both inhaling and take it in internally. But constipation can be for a lot of different reasons. Even the idea of hydration, it could be that the digestive tract is dehydrated a little bit. Sometimes the use of also like flax oil taken internally, or flax seeds, I like to use the oil. I think it breaks down, it's already broken down, so it's easier to get to where it needs to be. Can be lubricating and help with that, but you know, there's not really a set way to treat that. Even with herbs and even with medications, it's good to try different things for the digestive tract to address the constipation, not just doing the same thing over and over again.
Is there another name for Tolu balsam?
No. Mm. Yeah.
A good suggestion for a salt bath?
Um, I would go to things that are supportive of vagal tone. So, there's the blend vagal tone. You could do spikenard vetiver. You could do tarragon. You could do marjoram, sage, hyssop decumbens. Um, yeah, any of those things that are supportive of vagal tone. If you want to be fancy, something like tuberose or something like that. But tarragon and marjoram. Marjoram's a solid salt bath. It's a really solid salt bath. Yeah.
What to do when the diaphragm spasms?
Um. Yeah. I mean, Tolu balsam could work. Canula could work. Tarragon could work. Hyssop could work. Marjoram could work. Um. But it's probably not just the diaphragm. It's also the neck. And so I would treat both. Even spikenard, vetiver, things like that. But I would inhale it, put it on the abdomen, but I'd also rub it on the neck, especially the sides of the neck.
What is an intestinal detox?
Just a second here. I have several recipe books, so I have to find it.
Yeah, that's one I have. Thyme, bay laurel, rosemary verbena, coriander. Question.
Oh.
Does taking lemongrass internally help move lymph?
It helps balance out the nervous system and stimulate a little bit more of the parasympathetic or rest and repair mode, which is where the lymphatic system functions. And so sometimes when the lymphatic system is not working, it's because of an imbalance in the nervous system. So it doesn't necessarily move lymph by itself, but it helps to put the nervous system in a place to where that can happen. So let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back at on the half hour, and then we'll do these last three and do shares after that. So we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Program.
Okay, everybody. So we're going to do supporting a kidney detox. Celery is very good. Myrrh is very, very good for detoxing the kidney, and so is parsley. Ideally, you would do a few drops on water taken internally, and you could do this pattern as well. Taken internal, it's going to be a little stronger, or you can do them both together, which is the strongest, right? So you have celery, myrrh, or parsley. The kit for purchase, you guys got celery. So let's begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra.
Asking, can you do this pattern with one oil and take another internally?
Sure. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Your awareness is on the Mingmen, the low back area. And then just pause and be still. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the sex chakra. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the low back.
Mhm.
Then your front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And brain, your awareness is on the brain. And then the crown, the top of the head. And then just pause and be still. Let's do it again. The awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the kidneys. And then the Ming Men, the low back area, the backside of the navel. And pause and be still. I really like this one. You might not feel it, but boy, I really feel it when that's the
Oh.
kidneys. Yeah. No, not too much. But when there's a lot of psychic attack, a lot of times it hits the kidney. I was just telling Samantha that, like, if you're in a situation where there's a lot of projections at you, aggression, manipulation, whatever you'd call like psychic attacky kind of things, it hits the kidneys really hard. So this is a way to rehab them a little bit. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The low back area, the backside of the navel, nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your front solar plexus, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Then the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And pause. Pause and be still. Again, let's do it one more time. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. And then the Ming Men. A low back area, the main men. Just let go. It's making you feel. My, yeah, always makes me feel. Okay, begin inhaling awareness on the sex chakra. And then the low back. Backside of the navel. Front solar plexus. The back heart. Your awareness is on the brain. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And then just be still. Just be still. Now we're going to slide into the next one. And this one, there's really no other choice other than lemon. And ideally, you would take 2 to 5 drops internally daily. You could even do it twice a day if there was severe issues. But lemon has a very strong balancing effect on the mineral content of the body, has a big impact on the kidneys. And so this breathing pattern also is a way to treat it, but the stronger form, again, is internal. You can augment by doing this pattern. If you want to do this pattern just as a diagnostic, you can do that as well. But, you know, both internal and the breathing pattern is the strongest way to treat this. You can be pretty liberal with taking lemon internally, you know. But anyway, so you're inhaling, your awareness is on your kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Then the Ming Men, the low back area, the backside of the navel. Your low back, the backside of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. And then pause and be still. Pause and be still. Lemon's one of those things that you could take for very long periods of time. I mean, you could basically take it the rest of your life. It would be good for you. Lemon does so many things. But the only issue with lemon is if you put it on topically and then expose that skin to the sun, sometimes there can be a discoloration. But taking a ternal or inhaling it, that's not an issue. So again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the kidneys. The low back area, the backside of the navel, known as the main men. And then the bottom of the tailbone. The bottom of your tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mhm. Just pause and be still. And, mm, mhm. So this last little piece is about the releasing of like fear and insecurity that's associated with the kidneys. And there's a lot of different ways you could do this, but here we're going to use one of the grasses: bluegrass, bushy mat grass, camel grass, lemongrass, or for those that have the Kiffer purchase, we are using ginger grass. So any of the grasses. Pull one of those out. And then begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Mhm. Mhm. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. You're on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And then just be still. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. Awareness is on the brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and the soles of your feet both at the same time. And then as you inhale, move your awareness up above the ankles. As you exhale, down into the earth. Just let go. And last little piece, your awareness is on the sixth chakra. And then the Mingmen, the low back area, the backside of the navel. Front solar plexus. Below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Back heart. The brain. Awareness is on the brain. And then the crown. Awareness is on the crown. Yeah. Pause and be still. Like, what's it feel like? Yeah. Hmm. Mm. Just be still. Notice how you feel. Yeah, because this is kicking out like fears related to the kidneys, but also insecurities. I would say that's usually a bigger issue is insecurity. Let's do one more cycle of that. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back heart. The back heart. The back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And then pause and be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. The spine. The brain and spine both at the same time. Your brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet, both at the same time. And then just let go. How's that feeling now? Make more soothed. And last little piece, sex chakra. The low back area, the backside of the navel, known as the Mingmen. The front solar plexus. The back heart. The area between your shoulder blades. The brain. Your awareness is on the brain. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And just be still. Just be still. What do you notice? Your body, your emotions, your mind, your thoughts? How relaxed does your body feel? How strong does your body feel? So the urinary tract is not something we've really visited in a class before. And so, like I said, these are not necessarily like conditions, but they're functions within each of the systems that you can use to prevent, to tone, like you would taking vitamins or something. Um, you could use them to treat when you're in the middle of some sort of health issue, or it's a way to clean up. But like when I go through and somebody comes in and they have, like, say, a urinary tract issue, like I go through and I look at these points before I go through and do treatment, and I adjust the healing to address any areas that I think are an issue before I even treat the presenting symptom. And so in a way, it's a type of diagnosis. Like if you go through and do this, for one, it's fortifying and toning, preventing, but then you go like, oh boy, this one really knocked me out, or I had a hard time with this one. That like that one, you just gotta work for a little bit until it normalizes, and then call it good, and then it's just something you watch through the years. And so let's go ahead and unmute or type in and share experiences, ask questions. Hope you guys enjoyed this weekend. It's kind of a fun weekend. It's like different than some of the, we've done respiratory digestive stuff before, but this was like a different slant, a different angle. And we can always mash these things together. So I think I will do that. I'm gonna try to have it done for you by Wednesday, but no promises. My workload's pretty heavy. So let me see if I can pull it off for you.
Hey there.
Hey.
So I don't know what effect this had on my kidneys, but I feel like it had a big effect on my brain.
Yeah, well, kidneys would affect the brain, sure. Yeah,
I mean,
kidneys
I
will
feel a
affect the
bit
brain.
altered.
And you probably had a little bit of that expansion thing again.
Yeah, when we
Mhm.
hit the back hard on the second round, my prefrontal cortex just lit up,
Yeah,
national to forehead and temple to temple, and it's been kind of buzzy ever since.
yeah.
My solar plexus feels a little like I should do this again. And I was wondering if my movement was over.
Like this is my personal experience with it, and I'll just talk out like my experience, and maybe this helps or maybe it doesn't. But you know how like sometimes we talk about like, oh, we wait for the other shoe to drop, or it's not like I'm afraid that this is gonna, I'm gonna go to the store and something bad's gonna happen or something, but there's like this like kind of low grade, like when my kidneys are congested, I'll start getting this low grade, like something's gonna happen. I don't know what. Like you just don't feel like I basically don't feel secure. Like I don't feel like I'm in a good space. And so like I start noticing that I start kind of looking around like what's the thing that there's going to be, like I just feel a problem coming, and then the problem never comes, and I'm like, oh, man, it really felt like something was going to happen. I clean my kidneys, that goes away every time, and I forget about it every time. Like, no, this one's different. And
Is it possible that this is another version of it? Oh, things are just going along. This is like too good to be true.
yeah,
Something's
oh
not
yeah,
going to mess it up. Is that
yeah, that's a different version of insecurity, sure. Yeah,
okay?
yeah. I would say I have personally experienced that. Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing that I would say is, Master Choa told me one time, he goes, if you do a lot of meditation or you do a lot of ceremony, he said, once a month you should clean your kidneys. And I was
Hmm.
like, really? And he goes, yeah. He goes, things will build up and things will flush out. And that's the place where they get stuck. And so I was like, huh. And so I might do this one, but the one that I do probably more is the kidney detox. Like if I do the kidney detox, it just kind of flushes it out and I'm good. But I noticed that it's not immediately, but like if I do some really intense meditation, like more intense than usual, within about 2 weeks, I start feeling it in my kidneys. I don't know what that is. It just looks like some elementals and stress. But, a lot of times when people are projecting negativity at you, it will hit the kidneys. But I think more importantly, that it's more a radiatory energy. You're in a city that's stressed out, you're in a city or a workspace where something's going on. You're just absorbing some of the things from the environment. It's not projected at you, but it's like being in that you know, metaphorical stressful office where you walk in, you're like, I'm not stressed out, and 15 minutes later you're like stressed out. you're just absorbing some of that stuff from the environment. And I think that's a thing, for the kidneys. I think that's a thing.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph,
Hey, Greg. Um,
how'd you do?
this whole weekend was, I would call it difficult
Hmm.
because my lots of thoughts, lots of body uncomfort.
Really?
Yeah, lots. So I'll be going back through this. My question relates
And it
to
was like like in the respiratory system, the
all
digest.
the way through. Just whatever,
Maybe
I don't know whether it was just I was just in not the right space to settle into it.
it's probably that. Like you do too much work for that to be a thing. You know what I mean? It would have popped up before then. So like maybe you just weren't in the right space. I mean, I will say that the three systems really do kind of play into like vagal tone and stuff like that. And maybe there's just something off with some vagal tone
Yeah.
issue. So
Anyway,
maybe instead of going through and visiting the whole thing, little work with like marjoram and tarragon or hyssop or something just for a
mhm,
little bit, and then test some of the ones that you had a hard time with and see if it's an issue. Because if you're having it on all three, that makes me think it's the vagus nerve.
okay.
Yeah, I think that's more of an it.
So one thing I notice is as I'm going through and I'm
Mhm.
reviewing the individual processes, any individual process,
Mhm.
if I just try to just inhale, I get lost real easy. I have no idea where I am, no idea where I am in the process. So what I will do is I will keep very close track of how many breaths I'm doing, inhales and exhales. And as I do that,
Mm.
I notice I don't get lost, which is good. At the same time, is that limiting the effectiveness of the
No,
process?
but that makes me think again, like something up with the vagus nerve. Has there been like a lot of stress in the last few weeks or month or something, or anything going on that could throw you off?
Yeah, I've been going to the dermatologist for skin cancer stuff, and that's something that my family's dealt
It,
with.
it's
So
probably
that's
it's
got me
probably
on
rattled
edge.
you a bit. Yeah, I would say that's what it is. I don't think you have a bunch of. I mean, obviously we could always tune up these areas,
Hmm.
but for you to have an issue all the way through, something's up. You do too much work for that to be a thing that just popped up out of nowhere.
Okay.
And so that makes sense. I mean, that's got to have you on edge and, conscious and unconscious, like kind of stressed about things. And
Yeah.
I mean, I remember, I had cancer back when I was like 16, 17. And it like just hearing that word, like, it's hard not to go to a crazy place. And, I felt I handled it okay for my age and everything, but it rattles you, it definitely rattles you. And
Yeah.
and so, you know, it's good you're staying on top of it. I would keep, obviously you're doing it, but I mean, I just stay on top of it, especially with the skin. And,
Yeah.
we've talked about all the things to do. And I think you've even gotten like the hat and shirt or whatever, where it's like
Yeah.
high SPF and all that.
Yeah. Got all that stuff.
So, you know,
Okay.
uh,
So I shouldn't really worry about if I'm having to pay attention to my breath to make sure I get through the
no,
process.
like
It's not
if
something to worry about.
honestly, if I was in your place, I don't know that I could have even pulled off doing the class on the weekend. You
Okay.
know what I mean? Like it would be that stressful to me. Like, so
Yeah.
I would say you're doing good. You're doing
Okay.
good that you even were able to sit through the class. Is
Well,
everything going okay? You just have areas of concern?
it's going okay. The oils are definitely healing up the wounds from everything, which is really nice. I'm happy about that. Um, the parsley hasn't quite kicked in on my arms yet, but I'm continuing to do that.
Okay.
So, I'm ultimately, I think things look like they're going pretty well. It's just that
And you don't have any hot spots or anything right now that they're really
No.
worried about, or?
not at this point. They did take
Okay.
one biopsy. I go see about that on Tuesday.
Okay.
But, I've done prayer work and connected with my friends in high places about that, so I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
So I it's just because my mom died from cancer and my
Yeah.
dad died
Oh, I
from
hear you.
cancer. It's just like, I'm sorry, but there's an undercurrent of freak
Yeah.
out going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's justified. Like it makes sense why you had a hard time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Hey,
I'll write it and we'll see
I
how
know
it
we've
goes in a
talked
week or
about
so.
the therapeutic things to do,
Mhm.
but like maybe when you do some acts of service or some sort of tithe or something, also do a little decree about, decree some karma about just offsetting any sort of potentials for that in the scale.
Okay. Okay.
Doesn't have anything crazy or over the top, but just, it's still another way to try to do some sort of maintenance and things for something like that. But you're doing all the right stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And keep me posted. Like if something gets weird or funky or something, you let me know.
Okay. I will.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hey, that was great. Ginger grass. I dropped a bottle, I think 5 times.
Yeah, isn't gingergrass kind of fun?
It's very nice, very soothing.
Yeah. I like the different grasses. Like I kind of discovered several of them all about the same time.
Hmm.
And yeah, I remember like there was like
it's
6
great.
months where I was just like bushy mat grass this and gingergrass this. Like I was
Uh-huh.
really into it. And I couldn't tell you which one's my favorite out of them all. But I at one point each one of them I was like, this is my favorite.
Oh, absolutely. So can you talk a little bit more about ginger grass? It was really very nice.
Like most times when I use gingergrass, we use it more for like treating like things in the mind, like thought processes, especially lower mind, like lower mental stuff. It seems
Hmm.
like all the grasses kind of do it. Like they
Uh-huh.
make the mind like a little bit more flexible and it makes the lower mind, the concrete mind, you know, uh, like more adaptable. Like you can take in information, adjust and adapt. And so when I was really into the grasses, like that's what I was doing. I was doing a lot of like mental work, a lot of brain work, a lot of mental work.
Uh,
Um, it is still good for some general body stuff, especially like down in the gut and stuff. But here we're working the urinary tract, and so we're still working the emotional component. And it's not like it knocks out all fears, but it knocks out a fear that's associated with the kidneys not functioning quite like they should, or being a little congested, and I'd say out of all of them, ginger grass and like bluegrass, the African bluegrass, and I do use that for like times where insecurity kind of sets in, because a lot of times, like even that, it's like how you would talk about abandonment. Abandonment is more of a biological issue than a psychological issue. And a lot of times insecurity would fall into that realm as well. And so, I find the grasses to be very good about keeping the systems like kind of flexible and diminishing like the negative instinctive responses that might kind of come up and rise up. And so, what else is a grass is vetiver. Vetiver is a grass.
oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's
Like in
lovely.
India, they'll take the vetiver and they'll weave it into like little mats and things. I used to get some of them and it smells like vetiver for about a month and then it kind of goes. Then I have all these mats that like, I bought for the smell more than anything, but
That's
Yeah,
wonderful.
like the grasses are kind of interesting when it comes to just being like kind of pliable and flexible, and I use most of them for like mental work.
Great. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
It was a very nice weekend. Appreciate it.
good.
Right, we had some more shares and questions in chat as well, but always feel free to raise your hand or unmute yourself, guys. Let me try to. Can Greg put together a travel kit for purchase?
Yeah, we started to do that many years ago. I'll visit that again. That's a good idea. It's been on my mind too. Gotta have bay laurel, gotta have helichrysum, gotta have, what else would you have?
I mean, there's so many.
Yeah,
Did you say bay laurel?
bay,
That's for
bay
sure.
laurel, helichrysum, maybe a little tarragon,
I mean, etheric cords.
thyme, yeah.
I
Tea
mean, even
tree.
when we were putting this kit together, we were like, oh, this would be good for
Yeah, tea tree we should be in there. A little lavender probably. Eucalyptus,
basil.
basil, marjoram. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. We'll do just like a little, like, so here's my issue, and it's going to be obvious. Like I go, okay, I'm going to make a travel kit. I'm going to do 12 oils, and then it's 15 oils, and then 20 oils. And then it's one of those kits that's like a 50 oil kit. And I was like, but I'll throw some roller balls in here. So I'm going to have to set a limit to myself and go, okay, if I had 12 oils, what would I try? Because even 12, like I travel with more than that, but I don't always use them all, but in case. But it would be good to have, you know, something for just anything that might arise. You know, you get a cold, you get cut, you get a
Food
little
poisoning.
nausea, food poisoning, a little vomiting, Uh,
Irritating people.
yeah, true. I mean, it's, a little stress. Yeah. Yeah, see, my list keeps getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, because we did like a top 20 oil thing, I don't know, like 7, 8 years ago. And it was like a free class, and it has like a big booklet. And in a way, you could say a lot of those could like almost fit into a travel kit, but bay laurel's not in there. I don't know that even tea tree's in there. Like marjoram's in there, eucalyptus is in there, lavender's in there.
Yeah, Greg
Cypress,
really has to think
cypress.
about these.
Yeah, cypress would be another one. Like I would throw cypress in the mix. But in the old days, I used to make kits, travel kits for people, but I would make it depending on where they were going. Like a travel kit to India would be different than a travel kit to like Europe, especially in a colder part of Europe. Like, you want oils that maybe warm you up and things. Where India, you might, because there's so many people and the potential for parasites, you would do things for the immunity, and if they get diarrhea or something like that. So I would make people specific kits for what could possibly happen. But it would be good to have a general travel kit. Even for us, it would be good to have a very general travel kit. Something for pain, Melissa, peppermint. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. That'll be a project.
And go ahead, Lolly, and then we'll get back to
Hey,
shares.
Lolly.
Hi. That was funny. That sounded like me when I was traveling. Oh my
Oh
God.
my God.
Yeah, I have my
I
12 and they
go,
keep changing it. I took so many oils.
right. I'm only going to take this little case. And then
Uh-huh.
next thing I have 4 of those little cases.
Uh-huh.
Right. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Like, it's like,
Because what if I'm gonna need something that's
I'm gonna
not on
need
the
something. And then you start looking through my case, and like a lot of them are like super out of the box, like mystical practices, like, ugh,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm gonna need that on the plane.
Yeah.
I
And
might.
I always have like some with me, but it's always like, oh wait, but yeah, I also have galbanum actually
Yeah,
with me as
galbanum.
well. Yeah,
See, the
yeah,
list keeps getting bigger.
exactly. Oh my God, can people
Because
just come
then
to us
you have
instead
the
of
issue
coming?
of single oils and then blends. Like, do
Hmm.
I take blends or do I just do some single oils, or, what do I do?
So yeah, so that's quite a yeah. Um,
I said 12, maybe 15. We'll do
I
15.
know, right? It keeps on growing and growing,
Yeah,
and yeah. Actually, you can do 12, but then do 2 cases of 12.
there you go. See?
See?
Yep, there you go.
Yeah. So just a couple of questions.
Mhm.
Vetiver, since it's you mentioned that vetiver is also a kind of a grass, so would you use it for this
It,
process or no?
it wouldn't work quite as well as probably the other ones, but it would work. Yeah, it would
Okay.
work. Yeah.
Okay.
I tried using vetiver for that for a little bit, and the other things worked better. Like it
Okay.
still did something, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay. Yeah, I
I
work
use
with
vetiver.
lemongrass
Speaking
and
of vetiver, it needs to be in the travel kit.
yeah.
But yeah.
So yeah, I worked with lemongrass. I was pretty out. I'm like, it
Yeah.
seems like a lot of the processes this week just I
Yeah.
was like, oh, I'm completely, yeah.
Because like another way of saying this class is like it's a kind of stress class, but not stress like emotional stress or mental stress. You're unwinding, like part of like each issue is you're looking at certain functions with each system, but because it's tied to the vagus nerve and rest and repair and all that, that as you kind of tone these areas and then do the effects, it does kind of reduce some kind of like physical stresses in the body. And,
Mhm.
you know, uh, I always think like, oh, my digestion, my respiratory thing, like everything's good. And then I'll start doing a process. And I was like, man, why did I wait so long? I should have been doing this like a while back. And,
Mhm.
and I keep saying this today, like the urinary tract can kind of sneak up on you. Like you don't really think about that being a place where stress is held, but there can be a lot of stress held in the urinary tract.
Yeah.
It's still a byproduct of rest and repair mode, and if the adrenals have been kicked in, there's issues with the bladder and
Mhm.
urination and all those kinds of things, and because if we're in fight flight, the body keeps wanting to empty out the bladder so it can run or fight better. And so, you're going to have issues like that. Yeah.
Makes sense. And yeah, and so we did other classes by themselves really for the respiratory and for the digestive
Mhm.
system.
Mhm.
And each one of them was very different, different than what we
Right.
did in this class.
Right.
So basically what you would kind of combine
Yeah. I would mix and match
protocols.
up. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, because like what I want to do for you guys is like this would be, you might have some issues where you go, oh, I have the symptom of this particular, like, something in, the thing with the urinary tract, for example. But really, there are things to kind of check to make sure the whole the urinary system is healthy. And then if there's a specific problem, it makes that specific problem easier to treat. So, you can have symptom oriented approach, and then this piece where you're kind of making sure that the system is, it's not hitting everything, but it's hitting the big things in each of the systems.
Mm-hmm.
And you could definitely combine them. Yeah.
Yeah. And
And as time goes by, I'm going to keep mashing all of these things together.
mm-hmm. And it's really cool to see all the different ways to really to treat
Mhm.
things. And even in this class, a lot of things that I wasn't sure about even taking internally, I realized I actually can.
Right.
And then about the kidneys, so if we're looking more on like the energetic part, protective webs, because when we're cleaning those, we usually work on the kidneys. So if there is
Kidneys and basic, like I
right,
would do kidneys and
right.
basic together. Right.
So so if let's say you go through these things and you realize there is something going on with the kidneys, would you go and treat would you work with protective webs as well?
You could like the reason why I would go to the protective webs there is that if the system was having a hard time of like shutting down like fight flight, because there can be stress and you can be out of fight flight. You know what I mean? Like the fight flight has calmed down, but the body's still like in a stress state. So sometimes you might treat it and it might not need that kind of cleanup. But the webs directly correspond to stimulating the fight flight response. And so unless there's other reasons like where there would be tears, another way that you can have tears is significant mineral imbalances. Like if you had like say a magnesium deficiency, it would cause tears in the protective webs.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Interesting. So then, because we did work on the mineral imbalance with lemon, so basically if there is some kind of an issue, you would even treat the protective webs basically on a regular basis.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you could if you had the time or if something substantial was going on. But if there was just like, oh, I felt a little something in my kidneys, I don't know that I'd worry about it.
Yeah.
You
But
know
if
what I mean?
somebody really has
Yeah.
some kind of a mineral imbalance, then
Right.
okay.
Right.
Now, and then I guess the last question is, I mean, a lot of these, all of them are super helpful. And you mentioned that you do them like every once in a while.
Yeah.
So, which is makes sense. What I'm wondering about is now it's like my, my intellectual mind. Especially when we're talking about taking some of the oils internally. I mean, lemon you can take all the time, but would you do it in a way that, okay, now I'm treating like a bunch of different things together, or would you just space it out like this week I'm treating that and I'll take
I would space it out, like, because like you're usually not just treating the digestive tract. You might be doing some work at, say, like the intestinal detox, for example, but you got other things going on. I would just let it be one thing at a time. You could do like one a week or something like that, a little bit.
yeah.
Um, you know, uh, the thing that's nice about going through and doing things the way we did on the weekend is you can go do the breathing patterns and you'll kind of know like, this is the one I need to work on. So like if you go, okay, I'm gonna work on my digestion, you work the segment 2, cover the digestion, see which one kind of really shifted something or moved you a little bit, and then just focus on that one.
Okay.
So like
And
that's
then
what I was trying to imply about you can almost use it like a diagnostic,
yeah, and I like that. And also I
Mhm.
like that there's so many different options. And we did some of these practices like a few times. So like
Mhm.
if I have, quite a few of the oils, I'm like, oh, let's experiment and see.
Exactly.
So that was cool.
Because sometimes it's one of the oils really rocks your world. That's not all.
Yeah. Yeah. And then actually a couple of things. Parsley, if you're taking it internally for like kidney detox, so is it something that you would do for a longer period of
You
time?
could. Yeah, sure. You could.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is there were, I think, a couple of things where you had celery seed. And I'm wondering if instead of celery seed, would you use the lactic acid flash? Can you do that?
Yeah, so the lactic acid flush would still do some work on the kidneys, but it would be a little bit more specific to just the flushing out of the lactic acid.
So
And
better
so,
use one of the other oils on the list than do
yeah, I probably would. Yeah.
Okay, I just kind of wanted to double check. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah, that was amazing. So many like things to just consider and see how it even feels in the body, like each one of them.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah, that was really cool. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, somebody shared very relaxed. Another, that last step felt like I was shedding a dirty suit of skin.
Yeah, I know, huh?
This was such a fantastic class. I enjoyed every minute. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, good. I'm so glad.
Thank you. In regards to the travel kit, what about oils going through the x-ray machine?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, they're okay.
Someone added for the travel kit, something to clean up the energy of your hotel room.
Yeah.
And someone shared, I slept very deeply last night and woke feeling deeply
Oh, very
refreshed.
good.
I did not do a salt bath, but will tonight.
Yeah, good.
If your minerals are depleted, like not enough magnesium, does lemon help?
It can help. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd still maybe either increase foods that have magnesium or, herbs like wood betony is one that has a lot of magnesium in it, or you take a magnesium supplement. Yeah. But I mean, lemon will definitely help with the assimilation of all that. Sometimes just lemon by itself will do it.
Is it possible to take too much lemon oil or overdo smelling too much ginger grass?
No, you could go pretty crazy with the ginger grass inhaling and lemon. I'd say keep it to like maybe 10 drops a day. You know,
Such a practical, down to earth protocols. So useful. Thank you very much for the
Thank you.
weekend. Thank you. There was a question here.
We're going to do this again, but for some other systems like the cardiovascular system, the nervous system. We'll probably do one for like adding, we'll do like 3 or 4 systems all in a weekend, like kind of like how we did this one. And so that way you guys just have like a baseline, like the immune system would be another good one. Muscular system.
If you have an allergic reaction topically to an oil, should you avoid taking it internally?
That's most likely a sensitivity, like a skin sensitivity, rather than like an allergy. And so sometimes the skin can get very sensitive to that. What oil was it? I'm just curious.
You can type in there it is, vetiver, then cypriol.
You probably could get away with try just taking a drop internally and see. And it's probably fine, but you definitely can get sensitivities on the skin, and it's not really an allergy, it's just a sensitivity, but it can happen. And once it starts to happen, it starts to happen with almost anything you put on. I mean, sometimes it might only be one, but you know, uh, if the skin gets sensitive, it just gets sensitive, you know. Like I can put even cinnamon on my skin, which might be a little bit irritating, and my skin's fine with it. But when I was younger, like even just a little lavender, my skin would like have a reaction. And over the years, it shifted and changed. So sometimes, um, as the body shifts and changes, sometimes those sensitivities will even go away. Yeah.
Thank you, awesome sauce. What about a kit for athletes for everyday training and then a special
Sure.
kit for race day,
Yeah.
endurance racing?
Yeah, you could do that. That one I kind of, based on the things that I used to do with athletes, I kind of have a little kit that that I use for that. Yeah, we could totally do that.
Same person. I just looked. There are a bunch of oils out there for athletes. I'm new to using oils. So glad I found you.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's helpful to even know like what sport it is. So you can send us an email and I can kind of customize a little kit for you. Yeah, I'd be glad to do that.
2 more questions as well. Does lemon keep you from being dehydrated?
I don't know that it keep you from being dehydrated. If you're having dehydration issues, use Shazandra. I mean, it would be helpful, but I would use Shazandra.
What are we detoxing under the kidney detox?
Just build up in the kidneys, you know, lactic acid, uric acid, you know, just the funk that can happen in the kidneys. Yeah.
And then the person said it's trail running. I'll send an email.
Okay.
Can you mix marjoram and lavender in a salt bath?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's it. Great
that's
class,
it.
guys.
Well, thanks for hanging out this weekend. I hope you had a good time. And
See you Wednesday, maybe. if you
Wednesday,
can
we're
make
going to
it.
still do a study group for this. So if you have questions arise or something, and who knows, maybe we'll pop a little extra something in there. I might try to have an updated booklet that has symptoms for you guys if I can pull the time off. So we'll see, but it will come at some point, but I'll try to have it done for Wednesday. You know. So anyway.
All right, guys. So keep
Take
an
care.
eye out on for the Monday weekly newsletter with all the updates of everything. And Wednesday at 7 p.m. is our study group for this. But if you want to ask great general questions, always join us Tuesday, 6 p.m. Central. Oh, 6:55. Sorry, now because we're doing the art programming. 6:55 Central p.m. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.